しているぞ。
敵の包囲は厚いか。突破するには手間がかかりそうだ。何辛くなくてきゃいいだけだろ。討ち取った。さあとっとと取りかかろうぜ。おう、勇猛果敢な御仁だ。では平原の勇士たちよ、我が恩人の救援何卒お頼み申し上げる。
敵将討ち取った。
我らは手はずどおり西から城へ向かう。
敵将
国を争うゆえ多少強引に進まねばなるまい。その心意気に感謝する。無論俺も力を尽くす所存だ。
俺と翼徳は東から行く8月の地形のよう迷っている暇はない。
ちょっとぐらい迷ったっていいだろう。敵の達成減らせば助けになるはずだ。進軍を開始する。
こんなところで見張りなんてな。俺たちも城攻めに加わらなくていいのかね。
城から一人包囲を抜けたやつがいるらしい。
敵将
援軍を連れてきたらまずいから見張ってろとよ。
我が部は恩義に報いるためにあり、無駄に命は取らぬゆえ道を分けよう。
討ち取った。
優れた武勇、義を重んじる心、なんとも好ましき御仁を。
劣勢ではなくなった。討ち取った。ここからが頑張り時だぞ。敵将討ち取った。敵将討ち取った。
敵将大使真が討ち取った。これだ。
敵将討ち取った。そろそろ城攻めにかかると。敵将お前ら討ち取った。兵器の準備を始めろ。城から逃げた奴が援軍を連れてきたようだな。拍子抜けだな。この程度で俺たちをどうにかできるものか。敵将勝って圧倒して城もろとも押しつぶしてやる。
進軍開始。
敵将討ち取った。狙いは縄文だ。
よし、橋もかけるぞ。城壁を越えてなだれ込め。
敵将討ち取った。
奴ら強引に乗り込むつもりか。そうはさせん。この時をこれだ。なのに狙われていたら恩が取れないぞ。討ち取った。ぶっ殺しに行くぞ。
進め進め。数で押し寄せて圧倒しろ。直ちに進撃せよ。討ち取った。
包囲は厚いか。突破するには手間がかかりそうだな。何、あっちから叩きていきゃいいだけだろう。さあ、とっさと取り掛かろうぜ。おう、勇猛果敢な御仁だ。では平原の勇士たちよ、我が恩人の救援何とぞお頼み申し上げる。我らは手はずのから城へ向かう。一刻を争うゆえ多少強引に進まねばなるまい。その心意気に感謝するし、無論俺も力を尽くす所存だ。
俺と翌時は東から行こう。複雑な地形のようだが迷っている暇はない。
ま、ちょっとくらい迷ったっていいだろう。敵の数さえ減らせば助けになるはずだ。進軍を開始する。
敵将討ち取った。こんなところで見張りなんてな。俺たちも城攻めに加わらなくていいのかね。
城から一人包囲を抜けたやつがいる。
しているぞ。
敵の包囲は厚いか。突破するには手間がかかりそうだな。片付けていっていいだけだろう。さあとっとと取りかかろうぜ。お、勇猛果敢な御仁だ。では提言の勇士たちよ、我が恩人の救援何卒お頼み申し上げる。
敵将討ち取った。
我らは手はず通り西から城へ向かう。約束を争うゆえ敵将を強引に進まねばならない。その心意気に感謝する。無論俺も力を尽くす所存だ。
俺と翼徳は東から行く。複雑な地形のように迷っている暇はない。敵将
ま、ちょっとぐらい迷ったっていいだろう。敵の数さえ減らせば助けになるはずだ。進軍を開始する。
こんなところで見張りなんてな。俺たちも城攻めに加わらなくていいのかね。
城から一人包囲を抜けたやつがいるらしい。援軍を連れてきたらまずいから見張ってろよ。
劣勢ではなく敵将討ち取った。ここからが頑張り時だぞ。
ほらどきやがれ。邪魔する奴には容赦できねえぞ。
さすがは翼徳、大した迫力だ。一括だけで敵も逃げ出しそうだな。
こんばんは。
こんばんは。多分ユーリンかな。すまん、ちょっと今システムいじってて、読み上げの画面を今ちっちゃくしてっから。多分ユーリンかなと勝手に思う。ですよね。最近ね、なんかゲームがやたらと落ちるなと思ったから、ちょっと今システムの方をいじってますね。まあ、もしね、今後そういうのがあるんだったら参考がてらにもなるかなと。そういうつもりでやってるわけじゃねえけどね。まあ、いくつか考えられる内容はあるんよね。まあ、一番の要因はここだよね。ディスプレイアダプターだよね。
確かに最近鉄拳と F1 結構落ちてましたね。
鉄拳はね、あれ別。鉄拳は別。あれはもうどうにもなんない。どうにもなんないってこともないんだけど、あれ、煮詰めようとしたらすげえめんどくさくなっちゃう。F1 はね、改善の余地ありだけどね。だから今、大まかにでかいところだけやろうかなと。だから今、ちょっとシステム落としてます。92から動かないんだけどな。
強烈にしちゃダメなやつですか？
鉄拳はダメ。あれはもうね、ゲームがバカやってっからね。あんなものなんとかしようとしたらちょっとめんどくさい。いやいや、方法あるよ。例えば他のウェブブラウザー関係とか全部落とすとかね。ただね、鉄拳のためにそこまでやる気ありますかって言ったらないよね。言っちゃ悪いけど、たかが鉄拳のためだけにそこまでは削れねえわ。鉄拳がまともなゲームだったら、考えるかもしれないけど。今のあんなクソゲー言っちゃ悪いけどね。今はクソゲーになっちゃってるから。そんなものに今ちょっと、はやれないよね。92から止まったな。何かで止まってんじゃねえ。まあ別に落ちてんだったらいいんだけどね。わお、ストレージいっぱいや。どこにあったっけな。あ、そっちに出んのか。めんどくせえ。 まあ、いくつかはあるけれどもね。やっと進んだか。かなり遅いね。もうちょっとスムーズにいくんかなと思ったけど。まあ、こればっかりはどうにもなんねえな。 ふぅ。これは落ちるだろうな。ただもう、待てねえ。落ちた落ちたでいいよ。
頼りにしているぞ。
敵の包囲は厚いか。突破するには手間がかかりそうだな。何、力片付けていきゃいいだけだろ。
敵将討ち取った。
取りかかろうぜ。おう、勇猛果敢な御仁だ。では平原の勇士たちよ、我が恩人の救援何卒お頼み申し上げる。
敵将、
我らは手はず通り西から城へ向かう。一刻を争うゆえ多少強引に進まねばならない。その心意気に感謝する。無論俺も力を尽くす所存だ。
俺と翼徳は東から行く。2つの地形のようだ。迷っている暇はない。敵将、
ちょっとくらい迷ったっていいだろう。の数さえ減らせば。なるはずだ。新聞を開始する。
こんなところで見張りなんてな。俺たちも城攻めに加わらなくていいのかね。
城から一人包囲を抜けたやつがいるらしい。援軍を連れてきたらまずいから見張ってろとよ。
勢いを取り戻したか。次はこちらの番だ。
敵将、討ち取った。
邪魔する奴には容赦できねえぞ。
さすがは翼徳、大した迫力だ。一括だけで敵も逃げ出しそうだ。
やったな。その調子だ。
討ち取った。
敵将、太一氏には討ち取った。
ああ、やっぱなるよね。うん、分かってた。まあまあまあまあ、これはしょうがないね。さて、もう半でもやるが。やりてえゲームねえんだよね。だからこういう時鉄拳がね、まともだったら助かるんだけどね。鉄拳があんなのになっちゃってるからもう。 継続性のあるゲームは今なんじゃって話になるんよな。ちょっと待って、そっちにディスプレイ出んのかよ。
大集会所でイベントをやってるんだって。行ってみようよ。
ライトレーシングっていうのが意外とくせもんでね。ケマトリスが立ち去りました。全く問題ない。
ハンターさ、にゃ。遠慮しないでまた来てね。
先生、皆さんから話を聞いてきました。
入れた。3まで行ってから無理かなと思ってた。多分今のはアメリカが系だな。
さーてやるか。
クエストを開始します。準備はよろしいですか？
バカみたいによく上がってくる。80% 軽減してもここまで減るから強えね。 タフだねさすがに。まあ歴戦答えだもんね、こんぐらいないと。 がやるわ。ようかわす。それは食らうよねってやつまでかわしてるもんな。モーション理解するまでが長いよね。暗記ゲーだからああいうのが。
貴重な調査の機会逃さないようにしないと。
いいね、これぐらいの歯応え欲しいよね。 対比2つくんか。でけえな。4だったっけ。3か。
気になるものはある？
4か。よくできてるな。これが3だったらもう最高なんだけどね。4か。あ、4だよね。今週は5石でカバーできる。スタキューいらない。そんな5連撃食らうことまずねえよ。となれば手かな。手ですね。
これでいい？さてと。完璧。
これ弓でも使えるよね。スタキュー3つくもんね。ただな、渾身なんだよね。弓ってあまり渾身いらんのですよ。いや、あるに越したことはないんだけどね。弱徳乗っけるっていう手もあるんだけど、弓があんまり弱徳乗りがそんなにね、属性乗りにしたいから、そこがちょっとガチンコするところではあるけれどね。それでもまあまあまあ なんか笑っちゃうなこれ。
こっちの準備はできてるよ。さてと、
天下のハッ欲しいな、ああいうのじゃなくてな。
完璧。
嫌いなのよね。
どうしようか。 璧。
しくね。
全クエストを開始します。準備はよろしいですか？
よろしくね。
さてやるか。
支給品が届きました。ご確認ください。
テントぶっ壊れてる。 れは寄せらんねえわな。
せん。皆さんから話を聞いてきました。 集会所で特別な催しがあるようですよ。行ってみませんか？
僕、キャンプに戻ってるね。
さて、やるか。
準備するね。
with Thompson sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. Chris Paul is out there with Boss. Then there's Chamberlain, and it's Green. Now here's Lillard. 6 points for him. Here's Klingon, and misses it off the right side of the rim. Warriors leading by 10. It didn't take long for the Blazers to find Damian Lillard. Tara Parent did it great.
Yeah, they drafted Scoot Henderson with the 3rd overall pick in 2023. Took him a little time to get his seat edge, but his talent is undeniable.
5 to shoot. Here's Hope. And again, it's the... Warriors missing. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
That's a 2 from Lillard. Rebounded by Wilt Chamberlain.
And he's been way off the mark this quarter. It's been ugly.
Walton against Paul. Chamberlain with a screen on Walton. And Chamberlain with the stuff.
Building up a big early lead, they have taken charge of this game.
Yeah, but you can't let up at all. They've got a chance to put this game away early, and they should take it.
Now, here's Walton. Still yet to score. Lillard, right side. Second shot opportunity, and the basket by Walton.
And the D getting outworked there on the putback. Can't let that happen.
And I can tell you from experience, these are the types of things that drive coaches crazy.
Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And to me, really embodies the idea of a high IQ player. He can read the opposition, predict where play is going, and those instincts aren't something that can be easily taught to anyone.
Catching up on the changes for Portland. Grant comes in for Lucas, and it's Simons in for Clyde Drexler. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Blazers are in the midst of a rebuild. Coach Johnson Phillips said it's been a tough couple of years. I'm just here every day grinding through it, helping my guys the best I can. I'm ready for that challenge and that pressure to go out and compete with these best teams. NBA, Kevin, short of thing takes time.
A lot of time, but the rest is tough, David. Thank you. Trailblazers trail by 10. And Chris Paul picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. So for the Trailblazers, Aldridge comes in for Klingon. And it's Sharp in for Anthony Simons. And the Warriors also making a change. Thompson's checked in. 1:37 left to play in the first quarter. Lillard, the basket right. Inside, here's Walton. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target. Thompson against Sharp to the middle, and he jams it with authority.
They've been excellent so far, coming in with a well-balanced attack.
Yeah, now it's all about maintaining this lead, but you can't start playing it safe. You got to keep attacking and executing.
Here's Aldridge. The Warriors making the shot. Walton with the ball. Clock is at 3. Fades and shoots. Yep, that one goes in there. Walton's got his second bucket of the night.
And boy, did he ever sell the pump fake. Worked to absolute perfection.
Here's Hope. And Walton sends it back.
How about the anticipation and timing? You know, we talk about Walton's offense. How about the defense, though, he provides for this team?
Now, here's Walton. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. There's 25 seconds left in the first quarter. An emphatic alley-oop jam.
Oh, phenomenal alley-oop slam there.
They are taking advantage of a team that looks lost out there. Lillard outside. Safety move. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. And it goes on Draymond Green.
Nice work to get this and draw contact.
At the line for Portland, Dave.
4 free throws good from Lillard.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
Here's Hope. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And so it's the Golden State Warriors going into the break with a 10-point lead. And they've done a foot. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. In a moment here, take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Well, they're playing with great pace, pushing the ball up the floor and attacking before the defense can get set.
And guys, they've also done a great job generating offense from their defense, forcing turnovers and making the defense pay for those mistakes.
So on the floor for Golden State to begin this second quarter. The post pair for him. It's Green and Looney. Paul out there with Klay Thompson. Pass to Grant. And here is Aldridge. By Green. Green with the block.
No matter what night it is, Green seeks to intimidate and more often than not succeed.
And stolen by Aldridge. And taken away by Paul. Here's Thurman. Good, and Paul gets the assist. Paul's got 3 assists tonight.
And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
Lillard looking around. Takes one up. Here's Bolton. Warriors with the rebound.
You gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
And he makes that one. How important, Greg, is it to a team's confidence to start the season strong?
Kevin, I think it means more if you're a young team. If your roster is filled with veterans, you're looking at the bigger picture.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. Hey, Greg, what about Jeremy Grant? He's had about every role you can imagine on any team he's played on.
Kevin, he's started out as a second hoping to just make a team. He's been a bench spark plug, a starter, even a #1 option in Detroit for a couple years. Grant's done it all.
Roy's checked in for Avdia. KD's checked in for the Warriors.
Well, with a guy like Grant, you know he's going to find ways to contribute across the board.
Bounce pass from Paul. Here's Hope. It's good. That basket, he's now 5 for 9.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
Paul against Lillard. And Draymond Green picks up the foul. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far.
So do you sit him with 3 fouls? Big decision for his coach here.
Aldridge finds Lillard. And Chris Paul picks up the foul. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
2 fouls for him now in the first half. He's going to have to be really smart going forward.
Katie against Grant. Roy from outside knocks down the 3-ball. Roy's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
Good to see Roy knocking it down from long range, wanting to be a bigger threat from there.
Durant.
Oh, it's a great finish! Oh, my.
Oh, Kevin Durant. Unreal.
Awesome display of athleticism captured by your AT&T 5G Slam Cam. And so Chauncey Billups calls for the timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Got a hand on it.
Well, it's been a frustrating night for him at the offensive end. Just not able to give them any kind of a lift.
And Durant with the dunk.
They just won't miss. I mean, this is incredible.
Well, as a coach, this is when you enjoy what you're watching. Your team playing well, everything just flowing.
break since reaching 5 consecutive NBA Finals. The Warriors have missed the playoffs 3 of the past 5 years.
And to be fair, they did go 46-36 last season. They were 10 games over 500 last year. So they weren't a bad team, but Golden State doesn't just expect to be in the play-in. They want to be a contender.
And Portland making a change here. Klingen's checked in. The Warriors also with a sub. Aussie is checked in for Draymond Green. 6 on the shot clock. Hope. Outside for Durant. Hits it from three-point range. KD's got 11.
And he knew what he was going to do before the ball even got to him. KD is always ready to let it fly.
Alert against Paul. Now we have a chance. Let's take a look at the teams that led the NBA in rebounding last season. The Warriors, number 1.
They had such a strong presence in the paint, just a physical team. They dominated the interior in terms of rebounding.
And Portland making a change here. Aldridge is checked in.
And getting to the line and hitting your free throws, a good way to get back into the game. It stops the clock and extends the game and allows you the opportunity to set your defense. They've been perfect in line so far here in the second quarter.
Here's Lillard. Solid play in the low block, and that one's good. Lillard's got 6 in the quarter.
And there's an edge to Lillard's game. He's fearless, and you can see it when he's finishing in traffic.
Here's Hope. And there are the Warriors now with another bucket.
A much better quarter for them shooting the ball.
Outside Roy. Pass to Klingen. Aldridge with it. Out the basket. Aldridge has got his first 2 points.
And guys, if you let Aldridge get inside with the ball, you've already lost. I mean, it's too big, too strong, too skilled.
Here's Hope.
That's why you never quit battling on the offensive glass.
And that's a nice reward for his effort. The flush, perfect.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the boards.
Come on, man, who got the ball? Here's Walton. Pass to Klingen. Klingen, he hangs in there and cashes in the second chance points. Klingen's got 8 points.
Yeah, I can't tell you what a difference second chance points make in a game. That can be the factor that swings the outcome.
And so Aldridge will bring it up for the Portland Trail Blazers. 15-point game. Now Klingen lays it up off the glass. 10 points for him.
Well, they're behind, but it's certainly not because of him. He's doing everything he can. He just needs more help from his teammates.
Lillard against KD. Rebound by the Trailblazers. Klingen's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Roy dishes to Lillard. Pass to Aldridge. It's deflected. Now the Warriors moving it up. Here's Hope. And he's good on the 3-ball. He's got 21.
And they've done a great job knocking down those long-range shots here in the second, shooting just over 40% from downtown.
Lillard outside. Screen by Walton. Shoots. Again, the Trailblazers good for 2.
And the shot-first mindset of Lillard, when he sees an opening in the defense, he's looking to attack. Absolutely the prettiest play in basketball executed to perfection.
I don't think you get an argument there. Everybody loves the alley-oop. Outside Roy. Back to Lillard. Walton against KD. And there's Walton. ball around. Three-pointer, Lillard. A rebound by Thurman.
And you know what? He's just not on his game, no doubt about it. Their deficit isn't totally on him, but he has not been an asset for his team.
Paul surveying the floor. Pass to Thurman. And Klingon pulls it down. Klingon's got his 7th rebound of the game with the basket. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. And coach, this guy, Matisse Thybulle, he really changes what you can do on offense with this defense.
Yeah, look, Matisse Thybulle is as good a defender as there is in the league. He hasn't had that profile because we haven't seen him on TV as much, but he's disruptive. He causes turnovers. He blocks shots. This guy's as good as there is in the league.
So long and disruptive, a great word to use.
And the D has gotten a little bit laxed here defending the triple.
Henderson outside. With some arc, and it's laid in by Roy. Roy's got 7 points for the quarter.
Graceful shot by Roy, making it hard for the defense. Put the floater.
Here's Boss. He's covered by Roy. Outside Durant from deep. And another three for Golden State.
He's been reliable from the floor, and that's reflected on the scoreboard.
Curry against Henderson. Spins. Green with the block.
And really one of the toughest defenders we've seen in this league in a long time. Green will contest every shot on every possession.
Roy kicks to Aldridge. Back to Roy. Aldridge sets up the pick now for Roy. Warriors with the rebound. This, of course, the first opportunity to play Portland.
And in the season series between these two last year, they got swept. I'm sure that's something they'd like to forget.
And the basket by Curry.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Aldridge sets up the pick now for Roy. To the inside. And Aldridge slams it in.
Aldridge is so agile. I mean, lets him work that play there to perfection.
Outside Durant. Here's Hope. Another three for Golden State.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
Portland's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Henderson against Curry. Aldridge with a screen on Curry. And Durant sends it back.
And how about the reach of Durant? Terrific job of having that on display defensively.
And that kind of stifling effort on defense needs another look.
And twice about attempting that shot again. That was a big-time rejection.
So for the Trailblazers, Lucas is checked in for Aldridge. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Scoot Henderson. And Golden State also making a change. Chamberlain's checked in. And it's Lillard missing.
Doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, a couple of seasons ago, Steph Curry first brought out the night-night when he put a team away. Asked about his inspiration, he said, I have no idea. I don't choreograph any of that stuff. I was just having fun. You know how kids' bedtime routines are important? It's the final signal. Job well done that day. Kevin?
Well said. He is a 1 of 1, D.A. And he's good on the second. Warriors leading by 21. Outside, KD. Down low. And Drexler over to help. Here's Hope. No good from outside.
And we haven't seen them be quite as aggressive driving the basketball, settling far too much for jumpers.
Nice work defensively to contest that shot right at the rim. Nothing easy.
And really a good job of getting to the line in that first quarter. Hasn't been doing that as much here in the second.
The Warriors shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. He hits both from the stripe. And it's Lillard with the ball. He brings it up for Portland. Curry with the steal. And here we go with Curry running it up the court. Not happening with that shot. He's put up 5 and made 2. To the paint. Poke loose. And stolen by Chamberlain. Here's Hope. There's the drive. A shot missing. Drexler with the defensive effort. Durant with the steal. Puts up a deep 3. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And so it's the Golden State Warriors in very good shape with a 23-point lead at the end of the quarter. They've had active hands and have forced a lot of turnovers in this one. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
Fellas, I was just... Now let's talk about that first half. What an impressive performance for Golden State.
I've got to admit, even when the...
Thanks for joining us.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Warriors leading by 23 will stand after 11 seasons with this Blazer organization. Damian Lillard traded away in 2023. What a run he had for Portland.
Incredible, Kevin. Not only in terms of his scoring and his individual honors, but the success he brought to the team. While they didn't get over the top and get to the finals, they were a consistent winner. If you were a fan in Portland, you had a good team to come and watch for all of those years.
We've got Damian Lillard. Klingen is out there with Lucas. Then it's Brandon Roy. And it's Drexler in at the 3. That's the group on the floor for Portland. So, Stan, you started in the NBA back in the mid-90s. How is coaching different from, say, now to back then?
Wow, it's just so different and in so many ways. The players have gotten better. Bigger, faster, more skilled. There's more coaches on a staff. Strength coaches have increased in volume and in influence, so there's less practice. Everything now has to be done differently.
Everything is bigger, isn't it?
It really is.
Boss passes to Curry. Good on the triple. Curry's got 9 points.
It's impressive, the level of domination at both ends, and you're seeing the results.
Yeah, and to do it on the road, it shows how well prepared this team was coming into this contest.
Lillard against Curry. Outside for Roy. Now the Warriors moving it up. Curry finds KD. Here's Boss. From outside, off the mark.
Well, that one didn't fall, but otherwise, they've been excellent shooting the ball to start this out.
It's deflected. Unloads. Pass to Chamberlain. Here's Boss. Defended by Lucas. Boss gets the bucket. He's got 15.
Having a lot of trouble stopping the three-point shot.
Curry against Lillard to the left side wing. Here's Klingen. Some solid defense from Chamberlain. Here's Golden State. Big run right now going for him, 11-2. A nice shot by KD.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Pass to Drexler. Rebounded by Wilt Chamberlain. Chamberlain got 4 rebounds now tonight. Curry kicks to KD. Rebound by the Trailblazers. Clinton's got 9 rebounds now tonight. Outside Roy. Drexler outside. Finding the lane. And it's Durant with the rebound. Golden State's gone 2 of 3 when they venture outside the arc in the third quarter. The offensive rebound. The shot by Chamberlain, no good. And it's Lillard with the ball. He brings it up for the Portland Trailblazers. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Snatched up. He's off on that one. The Warriors have gone 5 of 9 on field goal attempts since halftime. Here's Durant. It's good from the top of the key. KD's got 4 points now in the quarter.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
And it's good, 2 points. 14 points for Donovan Clinton.
And even though it wasn't a great screen, he found a way to create some space.
The wide open look for Durant. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Curry's got 3 assists now in this one. And here are the Trailblazers. Now, here's Lillard. He's got 16, and it's good for 2.
The first step of Lillard, deadly.
Warriors have gone 7 of 11, a lucky field goal percentage here in the third. And many around the league believe Curry doesn't get enough fouls called in his favor. G.A., what do you think?
There could be some truth to that. He gets held and grabbed more than anyone when running off screens, but especially blatant on drives to the rim.
Screen by Lucas. Here's Roy. It's rebounded by Boss. On offense, here are the Warriors. They're on an 18-6 run. Outside for Curry. Chamberlain a screen. Curry can't get it to go. The Trailblazers shooting struggles apparent. 37% from the field.
He hasn't been at his best this quarter. I'd like to see him be a little more patient right now.
Here's the 3. Chamberlain, the pass to Boss. Outside Curry. Chamberlain with a screen on Lillard. Keeps it alive. Great positioning on the putback.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Pass to Lucas. Back to Lillard. It's rebounded by Curry. Warriors have gone 8 of 16 in the third quarter to put their second half shooting percentage right at 50%.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Lillard against Curry. Now, there's Lillard. Tight defense on him. We've got some talented defensive big men in the league today, Coach. But in your opinion, who would you say is the best rim protector?
Well, Kevin, I would have said Rudy Gobert because people didn't even want to go to the rim and challenge him. Anthony Davis is great. But I'm telling you, the young guy, Victor Wembanyama, I think is the best we've got now.
Isn't he something else, Stan? We've never seen anything like him.
We never have, and I'm not sure we ever will again.
Paul with the bucket.
A master at finding angles to finish. Chris Paul uses quickness to his advantage.
Pass to Walton. Back to Lillard. Puts up a deep 3. And that comes off the assist by Bill Walton. Lillard's got 7 points here in this quarter.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this season.
Bounce pass from Paul. Golden State moving it around. And Drexler over to help. 6 to shoot. Here's Hope. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. He's got 34.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
The Warriors shooting it quite well in this third quarter, 53%, and the offense is rolling. And Drexler over to help. Paul for 3, sinks the triple. Paul's got 5.
And look at Paul's focus. He is completely locked in on his shot.
Outside, Drexler. Back to Lillard. Over to the left wing. And Walton kicks to Lucas. The Trailblazers need to get off a shot. From deep, Drexler. The Warriors pull it in.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
Really left alone that time. Green's got his second bucket.
An unconventional shot, no doubt, but it works. Green showing he has the touch to hurt you from there.
Ball against Lillard. From deep three-point land. Warriors with the rebound. Thurman's got his 5th rebound in this one.
Even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for the Warriors.
Well, the defense hasn't done nearly a good enough job of getting back in transition, and they've taken advantage, racking up fast break points against them.
That's been all night long. And also dominating the offensive boards, and that's been winning them a lot of extra looks at the hoop.
Here's Klingon, and it's blocked.
I'm not sure another player combines defense and offense as well as Thurman. The only reason he doesn't get more blocks is because so many guys are afraid to bring the ball anywhere near him.
The Warriors shoot really well, 54% from the floor.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
Absolutely. They're playing their game and executing at a real high level. Everything is working for them right now.
Here's Lillard. No good, unable to end this run. Here's the Warriors with the ball. Here's Thurman. It's blocked. Lillard with it. He's got 25. Drexler kicks to Lillard. He lobs up the alley-oop pass, and that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lillard. With a break in the action, let's show you the teams with the most second-chance points last year. The Trailblazers 3rd. Number 5, the Warriors.
So many second-chance opportunities for both of these clubs a season ago, and they really took advantage.
Catching up on the changes for Portland. Marcus Aldridge is checked in for Klingon. And it's Jerry Grant in for Lucas.
And doing some dirty work on the offensive glass.
And then fouls it up Greg with heavy-duty jam on his mind with a terrific putback. And taken away by Paul. And there's a minute 45 left to play in the third. Here's Hope. He climbs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. He has 38 in the game.
And they're really in a good position here, thanks in part to the way he's been able to score the basketball.
Stolen away. Here's Boss. Oh, wow, what a great move inside.
That is incredible.
And I think that play sort of sums up what we've seen tonight. Just simply being outplayed both sides of the ball. Smart basketball defensively, turning into easy points.
Lillard against Paul. Lillard left side. Shot clock at 6. They need this. The rebound by Thurman. Thurman's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
Here's
nothing better than a hustle play like that. It gets the whole team amped up, sets the example for everyone.
Aldridge, the pass to Lillard. Poked away. Here's Drexler. And Drexler throws it down home.
About the explosive vertical there. Not much you can do to stop Drexler once he gets to the rim.
Here's Boss. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
He is a highlight reel unto himself, guys.
That could be a contender for the dunk of the year, I think. Here's Drexler. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And so it's the Golden State Warriors holding an unbelievable lead as the quarter wraps up. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the two-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
Yeah, well, he looked like a pass-first point guard on this assist. Incredible instinct to feel the play develop and set up the score.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. So with Durant sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. The post pair for it's Green and Looney. Thompson is out there with Chris Paul. And it's Kuminga in at the 3 spot. Henderson against Paul. Dan, I've always admired you come from a coaching family. Was there a point growing up you knew you wanted to be a coach?
Yeah, look, I loved being around the game, and so 2 things happened that drove me into coaching. Number 1, I loved baseball, and I couldn't hit one, so that was out. And I wasn't a good enough basketball player to go on that way, so if I wanted to stay involved in the game, that's when I knew I wanted to be a coach.
But your dad had a little bit of that in his background. I say in a little kind of tongue-in-cheek, right? He was a guy that led the way in your interest there.
Yeah, my dad coached for over 40 years, and I think he had a great passion for it and always used to tell us that he never actually felt like he worked a day in his life. He loved it so much.
Following in his footsteps. Terrific story. Well, Stan, I know you made the transition from college to the NBA as a coach and were successful, but how hard is that transition for the players to go from college to the pros?
It's an incredible transition, Kevin. In college, let's think about it. The very best teams may have 2 or 3 NBA caliber players. You know how many NBA players are on NBA teams? 15 of them. And the pace of the game, everything happens faster, so all of your reads and decisions have to happen faster. That's what I think takes the time more than the skills themselves.
And throughout his career, Paul has tortured defenses in the pick and roll. Excellent at slicing passes around guys.
Now Klingon. Pass to Roy. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. Thurman's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Kicks it out to Paul.
Team and checking out yours.
the city of Dallas, Texas. The location. Hi, everyone. Time to get into it. NBA action. We know these teams among the best defensive squads in the NBA. This figures to be a low-scoring affair.
But it should be an entertaining one, Kevin. And if you're a fan of high-intensity, high-energy defense, there's a lot to love about this matchup.
So with Cousins on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. Stojakovic is out there with Lucas. Then it's Richmond. Then there's Robertson. And it's Embry in at center. Here's Boss. He's covered by Richmond. Buries the long-range jumper.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Robertson kicks to Stojakovic. Richmond outside. Just 5 to shoot. There's the triple. And it's Stojakovic missing. We play just over a minute here in the first. To the middle. A three. Knocked away. Moves back up. And he connects with the jumper.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
Richmond outside. Pulls from the top of the key. Mavericks with the rebound. Coming into this having matched the win against the Rockets in their last game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them do a little bit of everything in that game. Showed a lot of versatility.
It really is fun seeing an offensive function like a well-oiled machine. I'll be interested to see if they can keep doing this.
Here is Lucas. The Mavericks making the shot. Drives to the hoop. And he takes it down.
He's got to put that one in his scrapbook. Insane dunk.
And now they're starting to rub it in. Build up a lead, and here we go, baby. It is showtime. On our AT&T 5G Sun Cam, you just saw an explosive highlight. And so here's Sacramento, following the score by Dallas. Here's Robertson, and he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Hey, Greg, one thing that the Kings have had for them over the last few seasons is their depth.
And have made some shrewd moves to fill out their bench. Got great contributions from their 6 through 10 players. It's been a big part of their recent success.
He hits the second from the line. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. From deep three-point territory, Lucas with the rebound. The Kings trail by 8. Robertson outside. Pass to Embry. That's good. And Robertson with the assist.
And hitting the mid-range jumper here early gives the defense just another thing to think about.
And you don't see many teams take these shots as often anymore. It's nice to see them take advantage in this area.
Here's Boss. Three-pointer. Scoring the basket. One shot after missing his first attempt.
This is the kind of start they were hoping for.
The Kings have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one.
Timeout.
And Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. And let's check out a breakdown looking at some of the stats for him.
And the stat to look at is his steal total over the last 5 games. He's been focusing more on his defense, trying to be a disruptor, and it's made them a lot tougher on D.
Now, here is Stojakovic. We saw him with 19 points his last outing. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. Here's Hope. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Embry passes to Robertson. Lucas looking for an opening. For 3, Richmond scoring the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
and they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Here's Boss, still without a basket. Lets it go from deep. Another three for Davis.
Outstanding start from three-point range. Their shooters are on fire.
The Kings trail by 9. Robertson dishes to Lucas. Back to Robertson. Pass to Stojakovic. Inside. Lucas inside. Shot clock at 3. Beat the shot clock, but it's off the mark. Look at the last game for Sacramento. It was a win against New Orleans.
Well, it's easy to score when you're facing very little resistance. That's why their offense looks so good now.
It just seems like the defense wasn't interested. They got away with it.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Robertson kicks to Stojakovic. Back to Robertson. Off target at the rim.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. Over.
A-Train, he's checked in for the Mavericks. And the Kings making a change here. The Kings trail by 12. Lucas the pass to Richmond. Here's Archibald. Kings moving the ball around. Robertson outside. They swipe it. All going up court. Powered down after the assist. Let him into the lane.
Excellent all-around performance so far. Hence the big lead.
They got off to such a hot start.
Timeout.
Energized throughout the whole game.
And so it's Mike Brown here calling timeout. Wants to regroup and go over the strategy. We've got a moment now to go to a rookie watch and find out who among the NBA's freshman class have been the hottest shooters. Take a look at Boss. You know what you're going to get from him day in and day out.
And his confidence is going to keep growing if he continues shooting like he has over the past month.
That's going to be over and back. Pat watching for the line that time.
And with the moment, let's check out some stats for Boss. He's been fantastic over the last 10 games or so, averaging 21 points per game, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. And the phrase stats don't lie absolutely applies here. He's been a monster on the court for this team.
Yeah, they rely on his production night in and night out. There are times when he absolutely carries them.
A-Train, he's checked in for Dallas. Here's Hope. Good on the triple. He's got 8.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Now here's Lucas. He picked up 12 points in their last win against New Orleans.
And he was also went to town on the glass and posed his will, chasing down misses all game long.
Shot clock at 5. Richmond for 3. Again, the miss by the King.
And you can tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
They grabbed their own miss. That's right. And he goes strong with the one-handed jam.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Couldn't come up with a much better start than this. They just have to keep it going.
Here's Archibald. Still yet to score. And Mitch Richmond gets the 3. Richmond's got a pair of 3s now in the first quarter for the Kings. They set the pick. Here's Hope. And right away, they answer with a 3-pointer of their own. And the Mavericks lead by 19. Here's Archibald. Looking at his numbers, he's averaging about 6.5 points a game. Here's Robertson. Nails the 16-footer.
What you love about Robertson is that he knows his strength on offense and plays to them with confidence.
Good for the goal time in 5 shots. He remains perfect.
And boy, have they come out strong, really pounding the offensive board for second chance points.
Here's Archibald. Pass to Lucas. Robertson with it. Here's Embry. They're running. Here's Boss. And it's blocked. Off to the right wing. Robertson kicks to Richmond. Here's Archibald. No scoring in this one. Richmond outside. It's rebounded by Dallas. And guys, this is the first they're seeing of Sacramento.
And although they were the better team last year in overall record, this was a competitive matchup for them. And how about the communication between teammates on that alley-oop?
And that's what you need to pull that thing off. Pulls it up. The shot misses.
He just looks off this quarter. Looks like he's forcing it a bit right now. A little bit in his head.
Here's A-Train. Pass to Boss. Launches it. It's rebounded by Robertson. The Kings trail by 21. Here's Archibald. And here's Lucas. Here's Embry. Here's Richmond. That's a bucket. His third of the game. He shot the ball 7 times.
Nice ball movement there. That's how you break down the defense.
Down low. Here's A-Train. That one is stuffed right through.
Feed the interior. Good things will happen.
Kings have gone 5 of 12 from the field since the opening tip. Pass to Archibald.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Here he goes. All-star break is right around the corner. How excited are you for the festivities? I hope as excited as I am.
I'm very excited, Kevin. These contests are going to be huge this year. I can just tell. I'm also excited to see the players just relax a little bit.
Yeah, and nobody represents the little guy in the NBA better than Nate Tiny Archibald. But forget about the nickname and understand that Tiny plays a big role on any team he's a part of.
From deep three-point land, an absolute bomb from three-point range.
Defensively, they've got to pick up the intensity. Hard to win surrendering this high field goal percentage.
Outside DeRozan. Pass to Archibald. Screen by Cousins. To the inside. Whoops, anticipated the pass. Turnover. Oh, and there's the alley. Up high to stop the alley.
Give them credit. Offensively, they've been the more efficient team.
Yeah, coach has to be thrilled. You can draw all the X's and O's you want. The guys have to go out there and execute with enthusiasm.
Here's Archibald. 58 seconds left in the first. You know, RJ, we talk about DeMar DeRozan scoring, but he's also a terrific passer.
Yeah, his first couple years in the league, DeRozan averaged less than 2 assists a game. Now, making plays for others is a big part of his game.
Now in the later stages of his career, Greg, DeMar DeRozan continues to be a master from the mid-range.
Kevin, we all know he loves that area of the floor. And what makes him so effective, the footwork. He's so good at backing guys down, creating space to get that jumper off. And on the glass so far, it hadn't even been close.
Here's Archibald. Pass to DeRozan. Stripped away. The shot and game clock separated by 4. All alone. And a kind roll that time off the rim as it unfolds.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category ball movement has been flawless.
Here's Archibald. Pass to Weber. With 1 on the clock, and that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. And so it's Dallas, finishing the quarter up by a whopping 24 points. And they've created... And so far, through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in a second. In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for Dallas.
So far, they haven't had to force any...
Pass those videos.
you
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the NBA on Thursday night. Well, when you take a look at this matchup, both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, BA.
And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back and forth action in this one. Let's check out Minnesota.
Sacramento, California. The backdrop. 2K Sports presents Thursday night of the NBA. Coaching staff's card have certainly grown since your time in the league. Do you think that can lead to too many voices in the locker room?
I really don't think that's an issue, Kevin, because no matter how many coaches you have, typically they are all in sync, and the head coach has usually put his staff together, and therefore they're moving in the same direction.
And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup. We've got Butler. Cassell is out there with Anthony Edwards. And it's Garnett. And it's Towns. And at the 5. Down low.
Continuing to work and refine in this crowd. Butler puts in a great amount of time, maybe more than most.
The Sacramento Kings, the expectations for this group have risen.
Well, it was about just making the playoffs for this franchise and breaking that drought. Now, Kevin, it's about advancing in the postseason. Just getting there isn't good enough.
Now, here's Robin. Robertson outside. Drills it from outside.
Generally, Robertson's a guy that likes to play free throw line and below, but here's a time where he steps out and launches from beyond.
Cassell against Robertson. Up top, Edwards. Coming off a solid outing against the Lakers. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Hope. On the 3 off target. O'Neal against Cassell. First quarter, about a minute and a half in. Here's Towns. Lays it up off the glass.
Length, size, touch. That's how Towns just dominates you inside.
Here's Harden on the wing. Outside, Rodman. And the rejection by Towns. And they get it back. Just 5 on the clock. And so it's Mike Brown here calling timeout. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with this guy. We're just about 2 minutes into the first quarter. From deep Harden. Here's O'Neal. Excellent D there from Garnett.
Boy, that defense smothered him in there. Love the intensity.
And Butler gets it to go on the assist from Cassell.
Look, Butler will get his shot now, forcing his way inside that time.
Hope defended by Butler. Uses both hands to slam it down.
That's an old-fashioned rim ride.
Just a remarkable jam. These fans' jaws are on the ground right now.
Platinum level highlight reel material. That is Showtime stuff there.
So it's Minnesota now, after the Kings pick up 2. Edwards against Harden. And Edwards slams it in.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
And then outside. Here's Hope. All good with the triple. Timberwolves leading by 5. To the paint. Here's Towns. Can't get it to fall.
Not a problem when that's your first miss of the game. Strong start.
Here's Hope. It's good from long range. He has 5.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Edwards looking it over. Anthony Edwards is a classic 2-guard from a spectacular play. What has impressed you most about his development?
Well, he's got a great body. He had it when he got into the league after just 1 year of college. Tremendous basketball body, strength and length and bounce. Now he's worked on refining his skill. I think the biggest thing that's impressed me is not only his work ethic, but his poise. He's not a guy that plays frantically. He plays with intentionality and purpose, and that's a tough thing to do when you've got his athletic ability and you're as young as he is.
And Minnesota has possession. Sacramento able to drain the 3. Pass to Cassell. Outside Butler, kicked away. And the Kings pushing it up now.
The second playmaker and the more efficient scorer, Harden, continues to be a highly productive player.
Greg, give us one word to describe Domantas Sabonis on the offensive end.
Kevin, I guess I'd say dominant, but that only scratches the surface. The way Sabonis drops dimes, hits shots, and controls the glass, dominant just doesn't even really begin to say enough.
And he gets it to go. Edwards got 6.
Nice mid-range J from Edwards there. He's obviously not too concerned about what the analytics say about that shot.
And so it's Mike Brown here calling timeout. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. With this chance, I'll show you the league's most intimidating shot-blocking defenses from last season. 5th, the Timberwolves.
I don't think you can ever underestimate the effect that a few block shots can have on your opponent. I mean, it can get into your head as an offensive player. You're going in there thinking you've got a clear path, and then you see the ball going behind you in reverse. I mean, that can be major intimidation and affect your game.
Robertson dishes to Rodman. Edwards against Harden. 6 on the shot clock. Rebounded by the Timberwolves.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Oh, here's Edwards. He's got 6. And Edwards slams him in.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an edge.
Yeah, the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
I'm going against Garnett. Kicks it out to Robertson. Shoots it up. Looks good. Is good. Bucket number 4 from the field. He's taken only 6 shots.
Seems like he can't miss right now, guys. I mean, completely in the zone this quarter.
Cassell against Robertson. Back to Edwards. Stolen by Harden. Lobbed up there for a wheel. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
You got to keep a body on him. I know it's easier said than done. Or if you don't, he's going to eat you alive on the lob.
Pass to Cassell. Barnett outside. Cassell the pass to Edwards. O'Neal with the rebound. The Kings have gone 6 of 14 shooting the ball since the start of the game. Cassell against Robinson. There's always a surprise, isn't there, Clark, in the offseason? Let's go back to 2022. That offseason, the Timberwolves going all in on Rudy Gobert.
Basically, Kevin, they traded 5 firsts plus a bunch of good players for Gobert. It was derided at the time, and I can understand why, but Rudy's defense has taken them to another level, and he's actually been a little better offensively than people thought he would be.
And the Kings making a change here. Lucas is checked in.
And already they've staked out a...
Here's Gugliotta, guarded by Harden. Here's Edwards. That one doesn't go. Late D that time from Lucas. Robertson against Cassell. Now here's Robertson. D right on him.
Prime time, big time defense from Towns.
Cassell the pass to Garnett. Here's Gugliotta. Pass to Cassell. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And he's good on the 3-ball.
Confidence in Cassell is hand in hand, especially in his 3-ball.
The Kings leading. Harden with the screen on Cassell. Here's Hope. Jammed down as it goes right over Anthony Edwards.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to have some skills to pull out.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed. Let's just call him ladder climber.
Here's Cassell. His last outing, 16 points for him.
They hold the early advantage on the glass.
Yeah, nothing major, not a huge advantage, but it's certainly a good sign for them going forward.
Clark, in terms of young superstars, it doesn't get much better than Anthony Edwards.
Amen to that, partner. Every franchise wants a franchise player. Minnesota, I think, hit the jackpot drafting Edwards first overall back in 2021. Last year, we saw Ant-Man take it to another level, making his first of what I think will be many All-NBA teams.
Tracy McGrady's checked in for the Kings.
Free throw shooting is about mechanics, confidence, and your mental approach. He's locked in from there most every night.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. Pass to Marbury. Like the teardrop. Here's Archibald. And by Harden.
You see it less often, but make no mistake now, given the opportunity, the beard can still throw it down on your head.
Here's Marbury. Coming in off a 12-point lead in his last outing. Pass to Gugliotta. 5 to shoot. Here's Edwards. That's another one for him. His 5th in just 7 shots.
And he's clearly led the way offensively. The question is, can they ride him and get back into it?
Sacramento moving. It's Lucas high post. Here's good. And it's McGrady who picks up the assist. And the Kings lead by 7.
Yeah, and you got to respect the size McGrady has. Easily seen over the defense there to spot the open man.
Edwards passes to Marbury. And they recover it. Love with the screen on McGrady. And it's Marbury missing. On offense here are the Kings. They're on a 16-7 run. Cassell against home.
Sam Cassell is about as reliable as he gets, guys. I mean, he's an excellent scorer, does a nice job running the offense, and doesn't shy away from big moments either.
And the Kings making a change here. Weber's checked in. Julius Randle's checked in for Minnesota. And so he hits both. 1:06 left in the first quarter. Here's Archibald. Weber a screen. Archibald passes to Weber. And Weber throws it down.
If Weber gets a shot to go to the rim, he's going to take it.
Timberwolves trail by 7. Pass to Love. Out to the wing. Here's Guglielmo. Here's Randle. Here's Cassell. Good on the three-point shot. Cassell's got 8 points.
And he's really been working to get those looks, and it's starting to pay off here early on.
5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
They've been going to him an awful lot this game, and you can see why. He's pouring it on.
Here's Marbury. Still scoreless. There's a good screen. Tries it from 19. Cassell gets the bucket.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. The Kings on top, up 5. And we'll be back in just a moment with the start of the second quarter. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Sacramento.
You know, so far in this one, these guys have been knocking it down from distance. You've got to like their confidence as this game continues. They're on a nice roll.
And also, they're doing something you don't see as much anymore. And that is converting time and time again from the mid-range.
So with Harden on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. We've got Weber. Tracy McGrady is out there with Lucas. And it's Archibald in the point guard. We know the 90s were a different era, Craig. Either win the game or win the fight. Remember that? Do you miss that physicality?
Well, I would say, Kevin, it made for some great stories, but I don't think we're missing much without all the extracurriculars. And I think we have a beautiful game now.
That's to Randle. Two free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. While we have a chance, let's now take a look at the teams that top the league in shooting from beyond the arc. In the third spot, the Timberwolves.
I guess time will tell if they can repeat that level of success from a year ago when they were one of the best long-distance shooting teams in the league.
Both free throws good from Randle.
And, you know, the impressive ascension of Randle has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, he's a double-double threat who plays with relentless energy.
Fires from way outside. That shot missing.
He missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
But that looked to me, guys, like a heat check, or maybe a step out of his range.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room right now.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
With taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
So it's the Timberwolves now, after the Kings pick up 2. Second quarter of action, about a minute and a half played. McGrady passes to Weber. It's deflected. Here's Marbury. Scoreless thus far. Pass to Cassell. Randall left side. Shot clock at 6. Rebound by the Kings. Hope. He's guarded by Love. That one's good.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
And on the flip side, the defenders have to show more fight on the interior. They've got to offer more resistance here.
Here's Cassell after Tracy McGrady's score. Going inside. Got a piece of it. And now Senator Miller on the break. And it goes down 2 points. And it's an 11-point Kings lead.
Such a mobile big man. Love seeing Weber there in attack mode on transition.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. Looking for a breather. And maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. Dennis Rodman is checked in for Sacramento. And a change for the Timberwolves. Jimmy Butler is checked in for Randall. We're just over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Here's Marbury. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Marbury very good at putting pressure on defenses and forcing them out.
First trip to the line for him here.
They hit every one of their free throws here in the second quarter. Very important when you're trailing.
They found their rhythm at the free throw line this quarter, trying to make up ground.
Hope, defended by Butler. Puts up a deep 3 from beyond the arc and then some. He's got 24.
Boy, he strikes again from range. His 4th in this game after draining 3 in the first period.
There's the pick. Here's Marbury. Another miss by Minnesota.
They have been more dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in this future.
And it's been a well-rounded performance. I mean, strong rebounding has certainly been at the center of it, but it's been good on a number of levels.
Here's Marbury. He just palms the ball. And he's going up for the alley-oop. Butler with the steal. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. It's to Marbury. Shoots the 3. He hits that shot. His first of the night. Now 1 for 6.
A confident and fearless three-point shooter. Marbury not afraid at all to take the long-range shots.
McGrady with the ball. To the wing right side. That's good. Great play set up by teammate Tracy McGrady. McGrady's got 3 assists tonight. Timberwolves trail by 12. Here's Marbury. He's got 5. It drops for his second main shot of this game. An unimpressive 2 of 7, though.
Yep, you know, after a scoreless first period, he's really turned it up a notch, building some momentum.
Here's Archibald. It's blocked. Outside Butler. Over Rodman. Oh, no. Stopping Butler that time.
The well-put-together Butler proving that he's just a little too strong there, not allowing the physical defense to stifle him at all.
There's Archibald. McGrady outside. That 3 off the mark. Timberwolves trail by 8. Butler feeling out of it. Pass to Cassell. Here's Marbury. It's hauled in by the Kings. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. Here's Hope. The rejection by Love.
Known primarily for his offense and rebounding, Love has the anticipation skills to make plays at the defensive end.
Down low. And Weber throws it down. First hit home. And McGrady. Agility on display.
Yes, sir. Power and grace. That had it all.
Cassell, no good. And Weber's got the ball here for the Kings. 10-point lead. Adams against Harden. Here's Weber, and Weber throws it down.
Get off the floor.
One of the best in the business, absolutely.
Well, he makes it look easy. He is an absolutely imposing finisher around the rim.
Now here's Love. Nothing on the board. Here's Cassell. Rodman grabs the rebound. Sacramento leading by 12. Harden outside. There's the screen. Back to Robertson. High arcing shot. Another miss for him. Now shooting 1 for 4 from the floor. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time with that.
The Timberwolves again can't hit.
Boy, this is bad. Tough to watch. I mean, this is really bad. He's stone cold, this boy.
And now look at the numbers for Edwards. He's coming off an excellent season, and he was also among the top 20 in steals. That ability is more unique than folks realize. Very valuable defensively.
Oh, yeah, one of the most dependable scorers in the league. He really saved him in several games a season ago. No good on the three. So for the Timberwolves, their last game a win against the Lakers in L.A.
Well, you look at the points they produced in that game, great adjustments on the offensive end.
Well, it's really hard to stop them when they're in the groove offensively, and they were in the comfort zone all game long in that one.
That's their third straight make off an assist.
Here's Barber. 7 points in the game.
First person foul. Third team. In for your Kings, number 42, Lee Embry.
Garnett the pass to Butler. Here's Marbury. Misses and the dry spell continues.
That's another miss for him. They're behind in this game largely because he shot so poorly.
And stolen by Butler. Fast break, Minnesota. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Alden.
Thank you, Kevin. The game is certainly going international. Commissioner Adam Silver says, with basketball's exponential growth, it's now truly a global game. We're fortunate that the very best in the world want to play in a single league. And Kevin, the NBA continues to draw talent from all corners of the globe.
And David, you've been all over the globe, and the talent level undeniable. Now, here's Butler, following the miss by Kevin Love. To the inside, and then Cousins with the dunk.
Boy, for Cousins, that's really a simple, strong throwdown. Part of his normal operation.
Outside Butler. And it's blocked. And they put it back. Back is a three. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
And a big lead for them on both the scoreboard and the backboard thus far.
Yeah, rebounding has been a big key in this one. They've asserted their will and have taken control on the glass.
And the Timberwolves with possession here. James Harden getting it to go from deep. And it's Cousins with the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Richmond is checked in for DeMarcus Cousins.
Substituting on the court.
Sacramento on defense. 19-point lead, which is the largest margin in the game. Here's Butler. Pass to Towns. Lays it up and banks it in. Towns has got his second bucket tonight.
Karl Anthony Towns finishing through contact there.
Rodman with a screen on Garnett. Here's Hope. No good on the triple. Timberwolves trail by 17. Now here's Towns. Outside Edwards. Off with the layup. Sacramento's gone for the three-pointers 7 times here in the second, and been successful 3 times. Here's what the Minnesota Timberwolves have lined up on their schedule. On Saturday, they'll head home and take on the Toronto Raptors. Then on Tuesday, it'll be the Dallas Mavericks coming into town.
And that game against the Spurs, it's the second game of a back-to-back, and you know they're going to be feeling the effects of it. Playing that much basketball in that short amount of time really takes a toll.
Shaq's checked in for Richmond. Towns a screen on Harden. Back to Towns. Count it. Towns has got 6.
He got off to a slow start. It took him a little while to get into the flow of this game. But he's turned it on here in the second.
Hope defended by Butler. Rodman with a screen on Gasol. Here's Robertson. And it's good off the back rim at the end. 11 points in the game.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Towns the screen. Inside. And Towns throws it down.
And, you know, you got multiple options with this guy coming out on the screen. He can go pick and pop on you. He can go pick and roll. Towns can hurt you either way.
Harden outside. O'Neal against Towns. Here's Hope. Good, and the assist goes to O'Neal. He's got 31.
And he's starting to show that killer instinct this quarter, looking to extend the lead.
Garnett, the screen. Fires the 3. Cassell gets the bucket.
Sam Cassell, fun to watch when he gets it going on offense because he's confident and efficient. He can score the ball in a lot of ways.
And the dunk by O'Neal.
And the definition of teamwork right there on that alley-oop.
And Greg, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I think the pass was even better. I mean, that was room service delivery at its finest.
Here's Cassell following the basket by Shaquille O'Neal. And they call the foul, so he's got the and-one chance here to make it a three-point play.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket.
Well, listless and lifeless at the defensive end. I mean, especially inside. They've really got to pick up that interior defense.
On the wing, the rebound by Garnett.
He's tried to get it going, but the shots simply have not been there. Nothing seems to be falling. And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the lead.
Old school D right there. Just tell them no easy layups. It's as simple as that. And that's what you expect from them.
And Edwards drops them both. To the inside. Here's Rodman. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And so it's the Sacramento Kings sitting with a comfortable lead up by 14. And we'll see if they can keep up their tremendous shooting they've been dialed in so far from the field. All right, David, thank you, and stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shots.
A look here now at Minnesota. They started the season on a high note. Now they look to improve to 2-0.
Yeah, they look strong in that first matchup.
And switching gears now to that first half. Big hill to climb for the Timberwolves.
They're getting steamrolled, giving up too many points in the paint.
And it's just not the rim protection. You have to stay in front of all ball handlers, or you'll get broken down and eaten alive.
And that about wraps it up. And as the third quarter is about to begin, we go to Kevin Harlan for the call.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. Timberwolves trail by 14. On the court for Minnesota, you've got Garnett. Edwards is out there with Cassell. Then there's Jimmy Butler. And it's Towns in at the center, filling out the middle. Rebound by the Kings. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead. Pass to Harden. Outside, Rodman. Here's Robertson. He's covered by Cassell. To the paint, O'Neal. And Shaq with the slam.
Boy, nobody wants to get in his way when he's this deep. Watch out.
Cassell kicks to Edwards. Outside, Butler. Garnett left side. Edwards a screen on Rodman. Garnett the pass to Edwards. Inside, Edwards finishes strong.
Whether he's the ball handler or the roller, Edwards is always live in the two-man game.
Harden outside, puts it up. That's in, coming off the assist from Robertson. Robertson's got 5 assists in the game. Timberwolves trail by 16. Here's Cassell, 13 points in the game. Tipped away. Right around a minute and a half. Play here in the third quarter. Minnesota shooting not great, 40% for the game. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here.
And they were ranked third in three-point shooting. They can burn you from deep as well as they shot it. The three-pointer really has become the focal point of their offense.
And Greg, you talked about their killer defense, holding opponents to the lowest shooting percentage in the league. They just shut teams down. Garnett with the steal for Butler. Rebounded by Rodman. Rodman's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Fires from deep. Trains it from beyond the arc. He's got 34.
He's certainly been their go-to guy when it matters most. He's trying to close this one out.
Garnett with a screen on Harden. For 3, Edwards. It's hauled in by the Kings. Shaq's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game.
Just 1 for 4 from the field, not the way they wanted to start the second half.
Robertson outside. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Robertson's got 13.
Oh, wow. 4 or 5 to start the half. Coming out.
Timeout. We've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly.
A moment now to see the stats for Harden. Last season, he played outstanding. He averaged about 19 points a game, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists. And he's such a big part of what they do offensively.
Yeah, he's just got that nice feel, that sixth sense, knowing where to be on the floor to help his teammates generate points.
Cassell the pass to Garnett. Over Rodman. Another miss by Minnesota.
Clearly out of rhythm now, guys. I mean, just 1 for 5 to begin the second half.
Robertson kicks to Rodman. Sacramento moving it around. Pocket 6. Unloads. O'Neal. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Every time they get scored on during this run, it's come from inside the paint.
Outside Butler. Robertson against Cassell. Outside Butler. Pass to Towns. Here's Cassell. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. 15 points in the game.
Boy, the defense can't give Cassell these looks. He's so good from the mid-range.
Defended by Butler. It's rebounded by Towns.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
Edwards against Harden. Towns sets the pick for Edwards. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Kings leading now by 21. Harden dishes to Rodman. And Rodman with the slam.
Look out now. The Worm said, I'm not staying on the ground. I'm taking flight.
And so Edwards will bring it up for Minnesota. Garnett with a screen on Harden. Here's Edwards. Sacramento grabs the miss. O'Neal's got 12 rebounds here tonight. Big time effort. Hope defended by Butler. Shaq with a screen on Butler. Driving inside. Let's take a look at the players who are the best on the glass this season ago. James Harden, number 1. Rudy Gobert is second.
But these guys are always around the hoop, always with a nose for the ball. A dominant season inside for both.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Minnesota's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Edwards against Harden. Edwards' shot is good. Edwards got 4 points this quarter.
Yeah, you know, once Edwards flips that switch now, he stays fully engaged. His offensive arsenal is on full display.
Here's Hope. That's in, coming off the assist from Robertson. Robertson's got assist number 7 for him tonight. The Timberwolves have gone a lackluster 3 of 9 from the field since halftime. Edwards inside, guarded by Harden. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's going to be on James Harden.
Edwards does not back down, even if it means taking physically hard contact. He's fearless.
Taking 2 shots.
2 shots. Last on the first.
Free throw good, Edwards.
How about the work ethic of Anthony Edwards? Not to mention that linebacker build and the sweet shooting stroke, but what he wants most is to see his team succeed. That's what you love about AE.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Clark, some people have claimed there is too much talent now in this NBA and not enough teams.
Interesting point. I don't know if I fully agree with it. Clearly, talent has always been the driver in the league. I think because the league is generally younger, the talent is not as refined, so therefore you have a little disjointedness with teams. But the blend of talent into teamwork is still what the best teams do at a high level. Guys, it's hard to shake Harden off his game. He's so strong and skilled. He keeps his balance right where he needs it.
Butler kicks to Garnett. Pass to Cassell. Over in the corner, Edwards. And the rejection by Harden. Robertson up top, defended by Butler. Shoots from 8. It's rebounded by Towns. Minnesota's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Edwards with the stop.
And we are seeing tonight why Edwards was selected first overall. Anthony has a special ability to score.
Harden inside the 3-point line. And he wills that one in, sinking right through off the back iron.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
O'Neal against Towns. Shoots over O'Neal. Towns, no luck. Sacramento's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. From 18 feet away, shot up 2 there. And he's got 40 more.
It just seems like the more he touches it, the more the lead grows.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Here's Edwards. The shot's good. Cassell making the play. Cassell's got his 5th assist in this one.
Great quarter at the offensive end, trying to will his team back in the game.
The kick out to O'Neal. Some nice ball movement here by the Kings.
Just able to score in so many ways. Robertson puts the defense there in an impossible situation.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for Sacramento.
Well, I think they've been lethal from beyond the arc this game, no doubt about it.
Take a break.
Hard to defend such spot-on shooting.
And the other thing you notice is how committed they've been to playing with the pass, constantly moving that ball from one side to the other.
The free throw drops for Robertson.
And Robertson is a do-it-all kind of player, my kind of guy. I mean, he's also somebody you can trust to help facilitate your offense.
And the Kings making a change here. Lucas is checked in. And he makes both free throws.
We're still waiting for that first miss from the line this half.
100% since halftime? Come on now. I'm not sure this lead's going away anytime soon with that kind of marksmanship.
Garnett finds Towns.
Textbook up fake there. Towns does a great job. Earns himself a trip to the line.
And he's just had one attempt at the line early.
At the line for the Timberwolves, Karl Anthony Towns taking 2 shots.
The free throw drops for Towns.
Well, one of the ways you mark consistency is looking at a player's efficiency rating, and catch is generally among the best in the league.
That one misses. Sacramento's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the 3rd quarter. Shaq against Towns. Down low, here's Hope. And he jams it after taking the nice feed on the run.
Outstanding distribution there. I mean, what impressive passing ability.
And Joe Edwards will bring it up for the Timberwolves. And he makes good on the layup. Edwards got 24.
They're scoring boatloads of buckets. It's raining buckets from inside.
Well, the defensive rotations have been a step slow, and it's really helped them get that ball inside time after time.
Out left of the wing. On deep. Robertson. Here's Shaq. And the 10th by O'Neal. And that's a double-double for him now. 10 points and 14 rebounds.
Because Shaquille O'Neal is so big and so athletic and so relentless, it's really hard to keep him off the glass.
Edwards against Robertson. Edwards can't hit. And for Sacramento, they're shooting it very well tonight, around 57%. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. It's on Anthony Edwards.
Well, how about this factoid? James Harden drawing another foul. And in other news, water is wet too.
And this is his 2nd trip to the line in the game.
And last season, he was a 70% free throw shooter, something I'm sure he'd like to improve.
First free throw is good.
Nobody quite like Harden to run your offense. He knows the ins and outs like very few do.
The Kings making a switch here. McGrady's checked in. Harden hits them both. Minnesota's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the 2nd half. Here's Garnett. And Garnett with the slam.
He's a lot to handle coming down the lane. Garnett with the easy score.
Sacramento's gone into the 3-point range 4 times since halftime and buried 2 of them. Oh, that's blocked. And they'll keep possession. Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt there. Here's Gugliotta. McGrady covering. And now the Kings fast break. Here's Hope. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Third personal foul. Fourth team foul. At the line for your Kings. 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
And the first one at the line is good. Minnesota making a switch here. Randall's checked in. Good on both. The Timberwolves have gone 7 for 16 the second half from the field, shooting a bit under 50%. Gugliotta passes to Randall. Hits the three-point bomb. Randall's got 5 points so far.
Yeah, you know, he's evolving his offense over time, Julius Randle, and I think the coaching staff is happy to see it. They like to see him take and make these shots.
Here's Hope. Sacramento again missing. Minnesota's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Love with the screen on Harden.
Give it.
Harden against Cassell. Over to Harden. And the Timberwolves tack on 2 more.
And you know, he's enjoyed the kind of day you expect in terms of shooting the basketball. He can bring them right back into this game.
Lucas streams it in.
Can't be thrown any better. That bounce pass hit him right in stride.
Now here's Randall. Defense is right there. Love against Lucas. They get it again. And the dunk by Love.
And although Love plays with a lot of finesse, I love seeing him throw it down like that, showing how he can still elevate with the best of them.
Here's Archibald. Love grabs the board. Love's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Here's Marbury. Great D that time from Lucas. And so it's the Sacramento Kings ahead by 26 points as we get ready for the break. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. Back right after this. Chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or 2 when he needs to.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the 4th quarter, but stranger things have happened. So with Rodman on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. Lucas is out there with Weber. Then it's Tracy McGrady. Then it's Richmond. Then it's Archibald and at the bench.
Going with style, McGrady punishing the D for giving him that kind of airspace.
And that's life above the rim, courtesy of our AT&T 5G Slam King. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Love with the screen on the break. Pass to Marbury. Takes the 3. A 3-pointer is right on target.
Edwards has such good feel. Knows when to get his own or move the ball.
To the middle. And it's blocked. Butler against Richmond. Fires at the elbow. And it's Sacramento with the rebound.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good look.
Archibald can't hit.
Not his best game, but they're still getting it done collectively.
And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. And Blake, talk about a guy who can create for himself. Dillingham can already score on elite defenders.
Yeah, and Kevin, a lot of that is his footwork. You can see the hours he's put into it. And then add in the body control and quickness. Good luck slowing this young man down.
The first free throw is good. Regarding court layout, Clark, do you think there should be more space around the court to reduce collisions?
Yeah, part of me would say that makes a lot of sense and would be prudent. I mean, you've got to balance that with access to fans who want to be for those premium seats as close to the action as possible. But it is difficult when you see a fan collide with the players. So I think you balance it. I would like to see a little more room. Give the fans the experience and access, but maybe create a little more cushion between the playing surface and those high-priced seats.
Archibald passes to Harden. Edwards with the block.
And you see Edwards trying to do this more, impose his will at the defensive end. Good job defensively that time.
And the ball out of play. The Kings will inbound. A little over a minute and a half of the fourth quarter gone now. Rodman sets the screen for McGrady. Bangs on the trifecta.
Getting a hand up on McGrady, especially when he's looking to shoot from the outside.
Harden against Edwards. Over Harden. Edwards can't hit.
Fadeaway was the right shot there because it got his attempt away from the defender, but the touch was poor.
Harden the pass to Archibald. Clark, the NBA has seen some iconic personal rivalries over the years, and I'm sure you remember most of them.
Yeah, I do, even those that I wasn't part of as a young basketball player growing up in Cleveland watching, but I read a lot about them. Wilt and Bill Russell, the Celtics and the Lakers, and all of those great teams. Obviously, high school graduate of 1979, the Bird and Magic rivalry, easy answer for anybody around my age. And then you think about Isaiah Thomas, who was in my high school class, and then Michael Jordan. Those Pistons-Bulls rivalries were pretty intense and must-watch TV. So there have been a lot over the years.
The three from Harden. Rebound Love.
You know, after connecting on one three-pointer in the first half, he hasn't netted another one since.
Butler dishes to Edwards. Back to Butler.
I like how Butler uses his body in the paint. Excellent at forcing the issue of getting the call close to the rack.
At the line for the Timberwolves, Jimmy Butler, 2 shots.
Free throw drops for Butler.
Before you go back and look at the career that Jimmy Butler's had, hard to believe that he was the 30th pick of the draft when he came out of college. You got to say that scouts kind of missed on that one.
Towns, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. You've seen the league, Clark, crack down on physical play more and more over time.
You know, I think in general that's a good trend and direction and change. The game was extremely physical and rugged in the early 80s and even into the early mid-90s. But things change, and I think the change is for the better. It's about player safety and protecting players. So I think it's a good thing overall.
4 on the shot clock. For 3, Edwards. Rebound by the Kings. O'Neal's got rebound number 17, if you can believe that. And here's Harden for 3. Hit the putback. And O'Neal is right there.
I love the determination
concentration he showed there, getting himself into good position under the glass.
With the presence of mind to know just where the rebound was going to come down. Well timed.
And then the nifty touch to tip it in as well.
Here's Marbury, guarded by Harden. Puts it up from 15, and it falls over the rim and in.
And popping up for the mid-range, Marbury reminding the defense just how good he is.
Rodman against Love. Here's McGrady. And then she's down as he goes right over Anthony Edwards.
That is not possible. What we just... is that possible?
I think it is, Greg. Not probable, but like possible, like you said.
He's one of the few players in the NBA who can pull something like that off.
Here's Edwards. Left side, Towns. And here's Love from the arc. Good, and the assist goes to Towns.
Love's ability to play off the ball is what makes him such a versatile option at the offensive end.
Harden looking it over. McGrady outside. Rodman sets a screen. That one's good. McGrady's got 9 points now in just the second half.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working like a charm.
Towns, the pass to Marbury. And again, Minnesota with the triple.
I tell you what, guys, there's not much more he can do. I mean, he's been on fire, yet they still trail in this game.
Here's Richmond. And there are the Kings with another bucket.
How about O'Neal zipping passes over to his guys, using that height to find open teammates.
Towns, a screen on Harden. There's the lob to Towns. O'Neal with the steal. Butler against Richmond. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
Well, he's having a great half here. Exactly the opposite of the first.
I've always heard that every team when on the road will have a team dinner.
You know, that's typically a practice that most teams employ, and those dinners are memorable, especially if the food is good. But more than the food, I think, is the camaraderie and the bonding that takes place when you break bread together, coaches and players.
That's good from O'Neal.
Hey, everybody knows Shaq is a fun guy off the court, but when he puts on that jersey, playtime is over. He takes winning very seriously.
Edwards against McGrady. Towns looking it over. Edwards inside. He's covered by Richmond. Tires from the corner. Edwards can't hit.
You can see the frustration in the quarter on his face, especially with his team trailing.
Richmond no good. The Timberwolves have gone 5 of 10, 50% from the field. Here's Cassell. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. Cassell's got 19 points.
Oh, agile play from Cassell down low, finding a high percentage look there.
To the inside. A shot by McGrady, no good. Minnesota's gone 3 of 4 from downtown here in the fourth. Cassell kicks to Towns. For 3, Edwards. And Shaq pulls it down. O'Neal's got his 20th rebound here tonight. Saw that coming.
You know, they're losing in large part because he's not playing well. It's really as simple as that.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
Cassell. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. Here's Archibald. Pass to McGrady. And things seem to be getting tougher for the big spending teams, Clark, but we're seeing a lot of them go all in before the toughest penalties take effect.
Yeah, you know, the frozen pick provision kicks in next season, and the season after that, luxury taxes ramp way up. Powerhouse teams trying to take A while the sun shines is a pretty good strategic business move, but the landscape is certainly changing.
We have gotten used to this kind of dominance from Shaq. He just knows how to take over games.
Pass to Gugliotta. Cassell with the screen on Richmond. Just his first attempt. Gugliotta's shot is good.
One of the reasons they're behind is because we haven't seen enough of that. He needs to become a bigger part of the offense.
Here's Richmond. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Anthony Edwards.
Just a physical bull is Richmond. Also, he has the explosiveness to go with the physicality. That's a good recipe for drawing fouls.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one gets.
So easy to appreciate Richmond. I mean, he's an elite scorer who's really comfortable getting buckets from anywhere and everywhere.
Minnesota making a switch here. Butler's checked in. And so Richmond nails both of them. Clark, when you played, virtually every team had an enforcer. But that is a rare breed, it seems, in today's game.
Yeah, that's a good observation by you, I think, Kevin. I mean, a lot of teams had more than one enforcer back in the early 80s when I was playing. There's less physicality in general in the NBA today. I think that's why you see fewer enforcers, and there's a much greater premium on skill level than the enforcement component that existed in the early 80s and maybe a little beyond that.
Fox passes to O'Neal. Good, and it's Fox who gets up the assist. Shaq's got 9 points in the quarter.
And he is starting to turn it on now after that slow start.
Outside Edwards. The kick outside to Butler. Shoots over to Rosen. And it's Butler missing.
And the well is running dry right now. Nothing to fall.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
DeRozan trying to get open. Fox, no good. Minnesota's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc since the final quarter's gotten underway. Edwards' shot is good. Edwards got 18 points just in the second half.
And when you watch Edwards, expect him to get his a prolific score.
DeRozan against Butler. Rosen dishes to Richmond. Over Edwards. Richmond no good. The Timberwolves shooting it well here in the fourth quarter, 50%.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will, and you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Kings.
Their hard work on the glass paid off.
I tell you what, they're both excellent rebounding teams, and it was a tough battle underneath all game, and I think ultimately that earned the W.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
And against a conference opponent, always good to take that first win of the season series to establish a psychological edge.
Especially because they're going to get together 3 more times this season. You love to get an opponent figured out early, and you want to be seeing them that often.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
And you know that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Fox passes to Richmond. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
4th personal foul. 3rd team. At the line for 2. Mitch Richmond.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That's good from Richmond. And so Richmond nails both of them. We've got 22 seconds left to play here in the fourth. There's the lob to Towns. O'Neal with the steal. Here's Archibald. He's covered by Gasol. Here's Archibald. And so it's safe to know easily grabbing this one. They put it on that dominant showing in front of the crowd, but
And this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, being here at home no doubt helps, and the execution was flawless.
And that about wraps it up. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA on 2K Sports. And now we present our player of the game.